Clear line 18 right, hold short taxi, Bravo, very 5.
Envoy, 18 left, envoy 3450.
Switch in American 1636, have a good night.
RNFB Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff on 3450.
18 left, 5. What is maximum salt base and off the ring traffic? DFW Tower 1663 visual 1. Airline 18 right, hold short Bravo.
Hello there, Runway DFW viewers. Let me give you a little bit of an update before I finish setting up here. Hello. Somebody was set up here, another photographer was set up right here at the time I usually set up, about 45 minutes before broadcast. So I started setting up over there about 25 feet. Then that person left, and so I decided to move over here because there's more light and it's, you know, our regular setup. So I'm a little behind, got almost all of it ready, and I'll be back with you in about 3 or 4 minutes as soon as I get all of our stuff our second main camera set up, so bear with us on Runway DFW.
Runway 18 left, American 2298. Good, take off 18 left on SB Park, American 2298. 18 left, run, line up and wait, runway 3910.
Good day, American 395.
Left, Echo 6, hold short, whiskey Mike, 18 left, again. One eight left, put for the go, 3910. I'm wait back, left, American 771. Park American 2298, good day. RNFB Park, take off 18 left, American 771. Line up and wait, 18 left, American 2438. Hold short, 18 left, whiskey Lima, American 1663. To depart 3910.
All right, everyone, welcome to this edition of Runway DFW. We're live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, and we won't do our regular open today because there's stuff going on here, so we'll just have at it, shall we? You may have seen going through the picture just a moment ago. A 777-300ER, and that plane will be going to London. So let's unlock our tripod here. There it is. It's American flight number 80, 12-year-old 777-300ER going to London Heathrow. Well, happy to have you here with us. Again, I apologize for the delay. Our channel member Joel is here with us. Howdy back to you. Our moderator Kai is here. Hello, Kai.
Yeah, we'll give later.
757 Chip joins us with the, he likes our new banner. The it's really not an official logo, but I generated that from, that's an AI generated logo. Let's see. J.R. Milton says O'Malley is in the house. Is he? Yes, he is. Hello to you, O'Malley. There's a howdy. Channel member Brian Henry says hello to all. Jeremy Krause, I am arriving at the DFW Airport now via TexRail, which sometimes we see in the background of our views. Okay, so I'm trying to catch my breath now after that.
20 left, line up away to 25, 97.
Tripod's a little bit out of balance here. Peter Sharp checking in from Illinois. Jeff Glasnap, good evening from Sacramento. Owen, channel member, good day everyone. Hello to you, Owen. Michael Moore, BHM, I shared this retro Weather Channel flashback so much over the past 2 weeks. Thanks for sharing, spreading the good times. Trident Ken Aviation, good evening, Walt and all. Looking forward to a great show. Stay hydrated out there. Well, I've got a nice, somewhat cold, unsweet tea here in my hand.
Departure American Eastern.
Pam Peace says hi everyone. Hello to you. Chip says there's no delays at DFW, only delays. Especially if you're an Advantage member. So once again, if you're just joining us here on Runway DFW, well, it's after dark, but it's before dark, so we'll get to that later. This is going to London, this 777-300ER.
The 9,000 feet to go, marker.
Days are getting shorter here, but we've still got about, oh, I don't know, about a little less than an hour of sunshine left on this Tuesday evening.
Departure American 2597. Possible gang of wildlife, copy.
I think I just heard something about a coyote on the runway. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Usually you guys can spot that in a shot when I can't, if you're looking at an 80-inch television set. So pilots have been alerted to that by the tower. Already off to London. Well, here we are at Founders Plaza. David and Sandy Resorts, all is good, Walt. Thanks for the show tonight.
Good day.
Our friend Texas Girl says good evening, everyone. Hello, Texas Girl.
American 2003.
And I'm seeing something which indicates that our friend and moderator Hannah the Dispatcher has received some bad news. I do believe that flight was, well, that flight was flight 1111 coming in from Toronto. American Airlines Airbus A319. I'm sure you noticed, well, maybe if you did earlier, that we've got 2 MD-11s in the UPS stable this evening. We had 3 the last time we were here at night on Thursday, last Thursday. William Quigley, channel member, says thanks for being here. Rohit Parkal says good morning. As I see the sunset at DFW, I watch the sunrise here in Hyderabad in India on the subcontinent. Chuck TXK says good evening, Walt and all. Channel member Patrick Lloyd checking in from a hot and humid North Carolina. Well, it's warm here, and humidity is a little lower, 55%. Wind out of the south-southeast at 10 miles an hour. It says 90 degrees on my watch. Let's see what the METAR says. Wind 10 knots, 12 miles an hour. 91 degrees Fahrenheit, 33 degrees Celsius.
Departure, American 2006.
Channel member Doug Hewson saying good evening. Hello to you, Doug. Texas Girl. American Airlines from London be landing in 28 minutes. Thank you, Texas Girl. Becky H. Davies saying hello. Well, I'm doing okay. A little bit harried here as we got ready for you this evening. This is American Flight 312 to San Jose in California. It is a MAX 8.
Original Edict 0118, American 37. Okay, I must have down 0111, American 35. Target 312, take care.
Noah Winslet inquires as to whether I've been to Savannah, Georgia International Airport, and the answer to that is I have not. Here's a look at our big Texas sky this evening. Some white clouds, which may provide the backdrop for a nice sunset. We'll see what happens there. Texas Girl saying I'm in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's raining in New Mexico and 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. Driving a group back to Dallas overnight, all 11 motor coaches. Wow. You got yourselves a convoy. I did ask a Texas Girl whether she has a CB radio in her coach, and she said no. I thought it'd be fun if she did. Our official equestrian champion of Runway DFW, Raina Taylor, said, I sent you an email about a horse show happening at my therapy riding barn this weekend, inviting me and the missus to her show and watch me compete. It's on Friday and Saturday. Well, I know that on Friday we've got an appointment, Mrs. and I, and then on Saturday I'll be out here. So I don't know if I'll get to see it, but I do hope you will send on some photographs if I can't. Thank you for the invitation. Brandon Rabbit, whose family is away for a bit, appreciating what we provide. Thank you for that. We've got an American Airlines, American Eagle flight coming in from Evansville, Indiana. It's an Airbus, I'm sorry, an Embraer 170. Flight 3445. And I haven't seen Josh Aldrich in the house. If you are here, Josh, welcome. He's one of our great mods and channel members. If he is, we've got a flight coming in from Oklahoma City coming up next. It's another American Eagle edition. It's flight 3954 American Eagle. So if you're new to Runway DFW, we have quite a mix of aircraft here. A lot of regional jets, mostly American Eagle. A lot of mainline jets, mostly American Airlines. Mostly narrow body passenger planes, but we do get a very good mix of international flights, and you'll be seeing some of those as we go through the evening. We did get word in the last few days that Cathay Pacific, which, let's see, can we see Cathay down there? Let's see if we can. Another, getting kind of blustery here tonight.
High speed cross 18.
But there's the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350 1000. That will be going out back to Hong Kong later tonight. It is not a daily flight currently, but it was just announced that Cathay will be increasing its frequency to daily, I think later this year. H. Channel member says, hi everyone, so good to be in a better time zone for the stream. You're helping me to cook dinner. I didn't know I had that skill. Thank you for giving me credit for that. Got a United 737-900 going back to its hub in Houston, flight 1609.
Point 1 left, American 2267.
And I do believe we've got another Embraer in sight. This one coming in from Rapid City.
549. Takeoff 1 left, turn happy, park American 2267.
Gee willikers, I wish that wind would die down. American Flight 2267 to Kansas City, an Airbus A320 is on the march on runway 18 left. We are here on the west side of DFW Airport.
Okay, we're starting them up, thanks.
Overlooking runways 18 left for takeoffs and 18 right for arrivals. Another E-jet is upon us, this one from San Antonio, Texas. Here comes that United jet, making its way to the starting point on 18 left. We get ready to welcome Alaska Airlines Flight 549. This is going to be your MAX 9 from Seattle, Flight 549. The UPS 767 freighter is on the move now. Flight 7859 going to Ontario, California. About to come into our view here. And this plane definitely has the new plane smell. It was delivered only back in March. So it's squeaky clean, I guess.
RNAP to Lairn, clear for takeoff, 18 left, netted 1600.
767-300 freighter. And because it's going to Ontario, California, chances are very good that we'll see it lift off here on runway 18 left in just a short while. There goes the United plane to Houston. 737-900. Is that right? Did I remember that right?
RNAP, depart, clear for takeoff, 18 left, 3220.
We've got ourselves a new subscriber, Clint. Couldn't read your last name, Clint, but thank you for subscribing to Runway DFW. There's that 767 waiting across 18 right where the planes are landing. Linda Kavinsky, good evening from a very warm Chicagoland. Yeah, Linda, about half the country I think is under this what they call it a heat dome. Now, we're used to heat domes here in Texas, but a lot of parts of the country don't get this kind of temperature very often. Texas girl says we got a UPS coming in. I do see it. It's coming in from Houston. 767-300. Meanwhile, from Bozeman, Montana, this American Airlines plane.
Whiskey, Foxtrot, cleared to growth 18 right, hold to the 18 left, 78, 90.
And headed off into the evening sky. American Flight 2937 to Fort Smith, is that it? Sioux Falls, I'm sorry, to Sioux Falls. An Airbus A319. Leonard Watkins says, I can't zoom in enough to find, is my flying roux here? We should have at least one of them here. I think this is a day we get two of them, but I don't currently see either of them in our sights. Actually, I'm not sure if the Melbourne flight, is that a seasonal flight? Have we seen the last of that? We'll have a treat later on, just shortly before 10 o'clock Central Time. We'll be seeing, according to the schedule here, the American Airlines Bare Metal Retro, my favorite American Airlines heritage livery, the one with the AA on the tail. Going off to Colorado Springs, it says here. One of those two MD-11s scheduled to go out to Louisville later this half hour, in the next 20 minutes or so. Okay, so we got a Qantas to Melbourne scheduled for 8:25, also in this half hour. And then the other Qantas to Sydney should be going out around 11 o'clock-ish. Although I don't see it here for some reason. Yeah, just before 10 o'clock, flight to Sydney. Now it says here we should expect to see a Cathay Pacific cargo plane coming in. Well, look at this, we got a double play as far as UPS 767s go here.
That's the B Park, 18 left, clear for the UPS 70 at 59 heavy.
Loud and clear. American 18 left, first stop.
Auto with Kilo car to the right.
Don't make our point with 95 on way 34.
Park UPS 70 down, heavy set.
According to Jet Tip, when we see the Fiji Airways plane going back to Nadi at 11:23 p.m., it's going to have some special livery, Survivor 50. I don't know anything about that. Here is American flight 2235. It's an Airbus A321neo. It's going to Denver, Colorado, the Smile High City. Now happening just a matter of several hundred feet away from us on Runway DFW, we have for you the backing out of an MD-11. This is going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport. And this is one of their newer aircraft. It's 20 years old. It dates, it's 25 years old, dating back to the year 2000. And I don't have a jingle for that. It's a 21st century plane. Peter Sharp joins us saying, thanks for another live stream. I had a bad week because nothing's going right for the past few nights for me. Well, I hope it's nothing serious. We hope that this can provide a little diversion for you, I hope. Thank you, Hans Olav Mork, one of our channel members, for pushing the thumbs up button. So yeah, we only have 2 Trijets for you tonight. Last Thursday, that was quite a night when we had 3. And then on Saturday night, we had 4 747 cargo jets in 10 minutes coming in late on Saturday night. 3 of them came in on this side of the airport. The other one came in on the east side. Joe Artis says, yo! Well, yo back. My wife and I always go there and they love Founders Plaza. We see you, but we didn't know you live stream. So now you know the rest of the story. Sam Wilson wants to know what the temperature is at DFW. Milwaukee is just getting over a massive heat wave. Well, I'll double check on the latest temperature. 89 degrees. Let's drop to 89 degrees, 31.7 Celsius. And Hans, as always, letting us know that UPS is their favorite cargo airplane or airline in the U.S. So did we even identify this? This is 767 UPS Flight 773. It's going to Houston Intercontinental Airport. 767-300ER. This is also a new plane, just 3 years old. And well, what's happening here? It's going. Looks like it's reparking itself. Oh, this came in from Houston. I guess it was. It had temporarily parked itself somewhere, and now it's going to come face to face with that. Oh, no, it's not, because it's going to go right there.
1170, we got 55.
So that will get it out of the way of the MD-11, which it was about to come nose to nose with. I'd like to thank Nova Rain. Why am I thanking Nova Rain? Because she has been a Trijet member for 3 months now. So thank you, Nova. She says, thank you, Walt, for all you do. And thank you. Appreciate it. Greg G. checking in from a rainy Santa Fe, New Mexico, the land of enchantment. There goes the Trijet. Once again, it's going to Louisville. If it points its nose away from us, it means it's going over to the east side for takeoff. If instead it keeps going to the left of your screen, then we may be lucky enough to see it take off over here on the west side of DFW Airport. And looky there. We'll see it take off. Lyric the Game Boy. Lots of people saluting the Trijet along with Michael Flannery, one of our quads. Kevin says no Sydney flight today. It was canceled. Interesting. And GM ESI says, Walt, is that MD-11 tail number N262UP? If so, it's the last MD-11 ever built. This is N264UP.
Report to Runway 3705.
We salute Doug Hewson, who has now been a Trijet channel member of Runway DFW for 20 months. Always a pleasure when I can catch a stream, says he, and it's always a pleasure to recognize your very kind support of Runway DFW. So it's posing for its picture there.
Good night, 4540.
Channel member Esther Grissom says good evening. Hello to you. Austin Hall says, my good sir, I love that you use Audio Technica BPHS. Great windscreen. Thank you. We've got to try to not lose it. We lost it once, I think it was last week. The windscreen right towards the end of the broadcast blew away. We were having like 30-mile-an-hour plus gusts, and it kind of got disconnected from the mic. I found it in a flower bed later on. Flyer KG saying they enjoy the channel. The airplane action is fun to watch. It's fun to bring it to you.
25 on 142. Let's go. Big ground 25 on 138.
Channel member Chad Hart says howdy, everybody. Tyler Forrester, a channel member, good evening from the Stampede City. Yahoo! This year's festivities kick off in a little over a week. I'll have to, Stampede City. Is that Calgary? Calgary. I was right. Well, we welcome our Canadian viewers on this evening. We get a check-in from Veronica Peters. Hello to you, Veronica. Leonard Watkins says, really fun to watch when the Liquidator comes out. Yes, the Liquidator. We all know the Liquidator now. The device which erases tire or rubber residue from the runway. I've seen it here on several occasions recently. Well, here we go with the Trijet off to its home base at the World Port in Louisville.
Clear across 18 left, clear across 18 right, taxi to the ramp, we're going to go 7 Bravo November.
Well, the shadows are getting longer here. We're about 20 minutes away from sunset here in North Texas as the days get shorter. Gradually, by about a minute or two each day. Hey, I would like to express some good get well wishes for a friend of the channel and aviation colleague Patrick from Reverse Ops, who has been in the hospital, I believe it was. So Patrick, get better soon. American Flight 81 from London Heathrow and 777-300ER is coming in now. Flight 81. Patrick, as many of you know, operates out of his home base in Honolulu, but I did get to meet him when he came here to Plane Spot recently. He comes here occasionally because he's got family here in the DFW area. So Patrick, our thoughts are with you. Don't get out of bed too soon, but hope you'll be feeling a lot better in the near term.
Ground 85, American 81 Hazard.
I watch you YouTube.
Oh, well, thank you.
I watch you YouTube.
Over to departure on 4208, good day.
You always
I do, yes.
I watch your videos and my sister.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. What is your favorite plane? Do you have one?
Yeah.
What?
Airbus.
Airbus? Okay. Well, good to see you. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I watch them.
So you both are you both watch Runway DFW?
Like
Aw, well, thank you. Well, I love doing this, so I hope you can tell. And do you guys want to be pilots when you grow up?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Cool.
My brother wants to be a truck driver.
A truck driver? Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
I know, but you always will come like if the video is like 2 hours or 3 hours.
Right. I'll be here till pretty late tonight, maybe 11:30.
What time you leave it?
What time am I leaving?
Yeah.
Probably about midnight.
You always leave for midnight?
Sometimes. Depends on when the planes are here. So I hope you'll be in bed by...
You can put the video on.
Pardon?
And YouTube.
We're on right now. You're on right now. There's a camera right there. See yourself on the screen there? There we go. So thanks for stopping by, you guys. I'm going back to watch the planes go. Okay? Nice young men. Flyer KG, looking forward to seeing the retro bare metal American Airlines when it comes in. Anna says what cuties those were. Yeah, sweet little kids. Leonard Watkins says, heard Walt has some mowing to do. Yes. Dreambird says, I heard about Patrick sending hugs and prayers. So yes, all the best for our friend Patrick at Reverse Ops. Our friend MR Rice checking in. Remember to drink water. Well, I've got a nice container filled with unsweet tea right now, so that's my drink of choice for the time being. We have American Airlines, American Eagle, I should say, flight 3889. It's coming in from Monterrey in Mexico. It's an Embraer 170, and we'll be seeing that very shortly here. Coming in on runway 18, right on runway DFW.
RNFDP park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, almost 3531.
Oh, Ronald, that was very nice. Well, you know, we were in a very slow time, and I never mind turning the camera on our viewers if they choose to be seen. But yeah, it is nice to see kids who are inspired by aviation. Our future pilots right there. Maybe someday they'll tune into YouTube and watch this in the pilot's lounge. Who knows? As a gust of wind pummels our broadcast position. Sam says, "Good evening. Hot one in DFW today. Yeah, we've had hotter, and it's very, with the breeze, it doesn't. It's not too bad right now. Truth be told."
Golf 8, cross runway 18 left, ground 85, runway 3889. Over to departure, runway 3531. Good day, sir.
going to show you the sunset. But I think I need our other camera to do it. We're kind of in between planes right now. Use our wider angle camera to get a view of the sunset here. And because of the exposure, it doesn't look as colorful as it does in person. Laura D. O'Neill, or Laura O'Neill, our newest subscriber. Thank you, Laura. Tim England, greeting us from Iowa here in the U.S. Ascending Dragon 1 says, who is the official American Eagle pilot of Runway DFW, says, Walt, if it's any consolation, I watch you in the pilot's lounge, also the layover hotel on occasion as well. Well, thank you. AD1, the Ascending Dragon, the spouse of Anna the Dispatcher. So it's an aviation family. Arriving from Punta Cana is American 1394, an Airbus A321. That's a 4-hour and 24-minute flight from Punta Cana. And what have we here? It is a Super Cargo Master coming in from Abilene, Texas, Martin Air Flight 666.
Spot away, 18 left, American left 10.
$19.89.
36-year-old bird delivering cargo from Abilene, Texas. I know that
Clipper takeoff 18 left, Arnett Laird, American left 10.
I know that FedEx has feeder planes which are decked out in FedEx livery. I don't know if UPS does. I haven't seen any here. It's those Martin Air flights that feed into the network here from points mostly around Texas. Crackers 2549, Greg here in Valparaiso, Indiana, joining the action. Love it. Thank you, Greg. As I point out frequently, perhaps too frequently, I did some time in the Hoosier State.
Park 7
from, let's see, 1971 to 1980. I went to Butler University for 4 years and then worked at WTHR. Well, when I started, it was WLWI, Channel 13 in Indianapolis. That's where I got my start in broadcasting 50 years ago this year. American Flight 467 to San Jose, California, 737-800. Okay, sending Dragon answering my question. Only FedEx. They own the planes and then lease them to their subsidiaries who operate them. Talking about smaller non-jet aircraft which feed the main carrier. Off to Austin goes American Flight 789. It's the 737-800, which I should probably follow along, shouldn't I? Otherwise, you won't see it.
Runway 18 right, clear to land, American.
Austin, Texas, just about I'm guessing about a 40-minute flight from here. You've probably got to be at the airport at least an hour before it boards. And then, it's got about 10 or 15 minutes of taxiing to do before it takes off, and then once it lands, I guess there's a bit of taxiing. Austin's not as big an airport as this, of course.
Have a great one, Merck. Coming in.
Let's see what the average flight time, 33 minutes. For that flight to Austin from DFW. We are pleased to announce the arrival of that plane there, American Flight 6467. No, I'm sorry. That's American Flight 2351 from Mexico City. 737-800. Nova Rain says sunset at their location was an hour ago. It's still 90 degrees in our 4th floor apartment kitchen. Should turn that oven off. That'd be my recommendation.
RFB Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3567.
American Eagle 3567 off to Rapid City, and Embraer 175 is off. We will instead turn our attention to an arriving aircraft, American Flight 1659 and Airbus A321 from Los Angeles in California. Just after 8:30, we've been with you now for about an hour. We did have a little delay firing things up here tonight. Some nice fiery sky there in the background. And I believe we have what you call your membership milestone here. Coming in from Scotty H., who's been a Trijet member now for 10 months. Saying good evening from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Rohit Parkal says my flight from DFW to Austin was 24 minutes.
Down the runway, right on Yankee, right on
Well, that
Echo,
was just an
American
average
130.
time, I guess, what we were quoting you there.
Departure runway 3567, good day.
And Chad Hart giving the Los Angeles flights some LAX love. Peggy Fike says hello to everyone. Crackers with some Crackers 2549 with some kind words for my alma mater. Hello again. Did you have another
Negative,
question?
American 2030.
I was just watching.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead and watch.
We'll go right in Yankee, right to Echo. Expect that we'll go back to the runway. We just need to work something out real quick.
All right, Anna, the dispatcher headed home. 10-minute walk to my car, 20 minutes home. Have a safe trip to your home base. Peggy Fike checking in from Louisville, Texas. Hello, Peggy. Tainted Tater, a channel member, joins us from MIS, SIS, SIPPI. Kevin wants to know if I can catch Flight 48 on the east side. Flight 48 is going to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. It looks like it's second or third or fourth to take off. We'll try to do that for you. It's a 777-200. American Eagle 3674 from Little Rock, Arkansas is an E-jet.
Hey, firm, holding short 18 left at Whiskey Golf, American 2030.
Ryan Henry says Qantas Flight 22 to Melbourne is pushing back now. So we'll get at least one Qantas flight today. It looks like we've been informed that the flight to Sydney is canceled. Looking now to see when we can observe Flight 48. I'm going to give you a wide sky shot here because in person it looks very colorful, but not quite. It doesn't pick up quite on the cameras tonight. We're looking south and now kind of pointed east as another E-jet makes the scene. We have the ever so attractive 757 pushing back. And as we always point out, regrettably, we don't have any 757 regularly scheduled passenger traffic here.
Tower, American 2030, we're now ready.
So all we get to see is the UPS and occasionally the FedEx 757s into DFW. We've got channel member Patrick Wooders saying hello and hello to me and everyone. Greetings from Luxembourg, enjoying Walt's stream before bedtime. And yes, it's late where you are. So Patrick, we're glad you could chime in tonight. I know that in London it's 2:41 a.m., so I can only imagine in the Netherlands it must be pretty close to that time. Yes, that plane is staring at you again, Leonard. Let me check the status of that flight to Charles de Gaulle Airport. It still looks like it may be number 2 or 3 in line now. Doug Jackson. As Big Tex would say, howdy, folks. Welcome to Runway DFW. If you don't know, Big Tex is the mascot of the State Fair of Texas. And by the way, it's not the Texas State Fair, it's the State Fair of Texas. And it's a gigantic cowboy with a big cowboy hat and blue jeans and boots. And it's kind of sort of animatronic. Big Tex is. Kevin Jenner is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Kevin. Ferrari likes what they're seeing. I'm so glad about that. And Chip 757 Heaven. Yes, indeedy. Big fan of this plane. My third favorite aircraft after the 747 and the A340 300.
RNAV, Laren, 18 left, take off.
What a nice looking aircraft. Scotty H says we got a wave. Now I don't solicit waves, so I don't know if we, I don't know about that, but Scotty H has given us a $5 super chat, so I thank you for that. And Peter Sharp says, I'm not going to lie, the Boeing 757 freighter has a good engine sound. Oh, and Patrick is in Luxembourg, not the Netherlands. I apologize for that. Wrong flag. 3:45 a.m. Okay, got it. I apologize. I know there's a difference. But thanks for staying up late. Boatstone says, I always thought the 757 was meant to be a wide body. Just has that look. Well, I don't know. It looks looks very slim and trim to me. Of course, the 767 is a wide body.
Madison Wake, 18 left, top boy, 3937.
This plane going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. And we're going to tear away from this just for a second to see if we can bring you the takeoff of the flight to Paris that we had promised. Flight 48, I believe it is. Yes. 777-200. So there it goes off to Charles de Gaulle, banking left as it departs. We got ourselves a new member, Mike Reef. Welcome to Trijet. Thank you, Mike, for your support of the channel. We can always expect a very snappy liftoff for a 757. That's usually what we get to see.
RNAV B Park, clip takeoff, 18 left, GPS 739.
Cleared for takeoff. I saw Flying Roo taxiing. I've got to say, I've seen more angular 757 takeoffs before. That was a little bit leisurely. Maybe it's got a full load. Off to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
We're ready to go on Envoy 4108. When they left, line up and wait, Envoy 4108.
Now here's something everybody likes to see, the Qantas Dreamliner. The Spirit of Australia, heading to Melbourne tonight.
RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 20 left, Envoy 4108.
It is flight number 22, 7879 Dreamliner, 7-year-old plane. Well,
Check.
off on one of the longest flights that you can take from DFW. This is almost virtually a 9,000-mile trek, which averages almost 17 hours in duration. Yikes. I don't know what I would do to prepare for a 17-hour flight in coach.
18 left at Zulu, live await American 841, copy traffic.
And I don't know, because of the distance, do they, on this particular aircraft, do they kind of either sell fewer seats or space the seats out further apart in coach to make it work? I don't know.
This is your channel, right?
Yes, it is.
Subscribe on your mom's phone, on my mom's phone.
Yeah, you might not be able to if you have a kid account. Our little future pilot friends.
RNAV Laird, clear for takeoff, 18 left at Zulu, American 841.
Graphic sign and design. Well, you can't get much closer to being a member for 2 years. Thank you, Graphic Sign and Design, for your support of the channel for 2 calendar years. Or is it 3? Let's see. Yeah, I guess it would. You will have been a member for 3 calendar years, or at least parts of 3 calendar years, right? Chip says, how would I prepare for a 17-hour flight in coach? Purchase an upgrade. That sounds like a plan, Chip.
Can I take a picture with you?
Sure. Now we cut out of that shot a little bit early. Thank you. I just had my picture taken with a future pilot. Mike Reeve says, I would not do a 17-hour flight. Well, I guess there would be an option. I think you could probably take Fiji to Fiji from here and have a little layover. Maybe enjoy the island and then head out to Melbourne from there. You could probably do the same thing going to Hawaii as a midpoint, I suppose. As long as I'm not in a hurry, I don't at all mind layovers. I get to see a different airport sometimes. It's the only time I've ever been to Boston is making a connection at the airport there, which I think was not intentional. I think it was a diversion, and then I had to get back on another plane, probably from Indianapolis to New York.
Runway 18 left, line up away, wait turbulence over 3735.
Well, we wish our Melbourne friends a very safe flight to Melbourne. May the tailwinds be with you, although I don't think you get tailwinds on a flight from east to west, typically. I'm guessing the flight coming the other way is a little bit faster. Dale Hilton says this Fiji flight seems to be the cheapest to Australia. Yeah, I have looked that up before. Fiji seems to have some pretty good fares. Well, what do we got on the tail there?
Runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, and caution awake, envoy 3735.
Couldn't quite make out what
Runway 18 left, only 3798.
Frontier has on its tail there. That aircraft coming to us from San Diego. Flight 1426 with Axel the Axolotl on the tail. Yes? Pardon? Will I take a picture of you? Sure.
Okay, Echo 4, hold short of 18 left at Whiskey Lima.
You're welcome. Lyric the Game Boy, our newest member. Do I see that correctly? Oh no, he's been a member for 3 months. I hope there's many more in the future. Thank you, Lyric the Game Boy. Quite nice of you to be with us for so long. We've got a Delta flight next up for you from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320. Flight 2796.
Left on Whiskey Lima, then contact ground on
1992.
A 20th century airplane celebrating its 33rd birthday in August. So that's been around the block a few times.
Alpha short 18 left, Delta 2796. Or runway 3798.
Kevin says, Walt, do we have a usable MD-83 at DFW right now? Are you asking me that, or are you telling me that? I don't know of one. Texas Girl out there in New Mexico, I believe it was, alerting us to the arrival of an Aerologic plane in 36 minutes. Another cargo plane. John Mock says, how's the construction over there at DFW coming along? Well, it's a little hard to see at night. But we'll point our camera 1 down there. You can see some of what's going on. They're building Terminal F here. Terminal F will be the sixth terminal, passenger terminal here. It will be exclusively American Airlines. It'll have, I believe, 31 gates, so pretty big facility. And it's due to open at least the first section of it in 2027. Channel member Aero Astra says, good evening. I'm watching with my dog Dusty, who is celebrating his 2nd birthday today. Well, to Dusty and to everyone who's celebrating a birthday today, tomorrow, this week, this month, happy birthday from Runway DFW. And happy birthday. Simon is our new subscriber. Hello, Simon, and thank you for that. Nat says, does Turkish take off from this side? Very occasionally. I'd say, in my experience, and this is just based upon my guesstimates, probably about 3 out of 7 times. And that, of course, is all down to the dispatchers who the flight controllers who decide, well, they tell the planes where they're going to take off from. And it's my information that a pilot can request to take off from one side or another, but the final decision, of course, is up to the ATC personnel. Peter S. says, longest flight I've done was 14 hours. Auckland to Houston, an extra 3 hours would be brutal. Yeah, that would be, that's a long flight. I imagine you'd need some kind of recovery period from a flight like that. E-Jet coming on down from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, flight 33. 58 American Eagle. $757 Chip with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Chip. Hope to catch you Thursday evening at Founders on my way home. I hope to see you then as well, Chip. Josh Aldrich, one of our longest serving channel members, Quadjet at that. 26 months, I've enjoyed every stream. Thank you, Walt, for all you do. Thank you, Josh. And I hope I get to see you at Cranky Dork Fest later this year. Hello? What? I can, yes.
What they call plane spotter?
I am what they call a plane spotter.
You have like a live feed on YouTube or something?
That's right.
That's cool. I watched the LAX one before.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of us out there, and I'm one of them.
How long do you do it into the night?
Usually till around 11:30.
And every day?
No, three days a week. When I can. I have a real job.
This is a pretty cool job.
I like this. It's very much fun.
Yeah. I don't want to keep you for your time. I appreciate you talking to me.
That's okay. Good to see you.
So you give broadcasts, like talking to people on the internet while you're...
Yeah, it's very laid back. You know, it's it's not like professional television or anything.
Cancel for now, Runway 4034.
Do I have aviation experience? No, I have TV experience, but not aviation experience.
Short 18 left, Runway 4034.
Yeah, I kind of pick up on it.
Have you ever seen a crash?
No, hopefully, and I hope to never see a crash.
How long have you been doing this?
This for 3.5 years, and I've been in TV news for 50 years.
Okay. What's your site? I can look it up.
Runway DFW on YouTube.
I'll look that up.
Okay, thank you.
Last question. What's your favorite plane to see take off or land?
That would have to be the 747.
7 what?
747, big 4-engine plane.
How often do you see that? Each day?
We usually see at least one every stream. Sometimes not so much. We only get cargo versions here.
One the other day.
Yeah, we don't get any passenger ones
Is
here.
that on another runway? Is that why?
Is that what?
Is that on another runway? Why don't you get any passenger 747s? They don't.
Because they don't fly them here. No airlines fly them here. They still exist, but we don't get any to this airport unless it's diverted from another airport occasionally.
Runway 18 left, please.
Okay, thank you. Good seeing you.
20 left, land wait, envoy 4064.
Well, more Q&A here. American Flight 861 to San Luis Potosi. It's an Airbus A319 on runway DFW. After dark. Now officially after dark. Because we've changed our meatball in the upper right hand corner from blue, denoting daytime, to black, denoting the evening hours. Yeah, it's fun to meet up with people who've got questions, or some people are fans. They've watched the broadcast. Some people have no idea what we're doing and have questions about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Curtis Marduz, a member of this channel for 20 months, says, good evening. Just got home from driving from MAF, fixing to be moving over there on Thursday, and decided to stop by as I box up. So happy to see you, and moving is quite, I don't know, I don't think it's anybody's favorite thing. So driving from Midland in Texas. So have a safe move. Texas Girl says, have you seen one crash? I'm sorry, that is crazy to ask. No, I've never seen one happening. I've seen aftermaths of crashes. Back when I was a photographer in the 70s, I saw a few aftermaths of plane crashes, but I never have seen one, and I hope to never see one, obviously. Mitch Cohn says, I'm happy and relieved that you're fine with being referred to as a plane spotter. Certain famous guy from the UK, the one that likes big jets, gets insulted when someone calls him that. Well, I didn't even know that. I mean, I've had a case. I don't say I'm a big. I'm a fan of Jerry, the person you're talking about from Big Jet TV. I got to meet him when he came here to DFW last fall. But I had no idea he was averse to that. I don't know. What does he like to be called? I don't know. But anyway, I like Jerry. John Sheeran, nice work. Thank you. Steve B. Meatball. I'm talking about our logo. And I don't know. It doesn't look like a meatball. I guess it would have to be a different color to be a meatball. But just because it's round and in the corner of the screen, if I refer to a meatball, that's what I'm talking about. H. Dot. Hello, sleepless in Scotland. Well, we've got the cure for you. Because you know what, H. Dot, people say, some people say, that my voice puts them to sleep. So, if that's true, then you may be sawing logs in short order. American 2707 to Austin, Texas, a 737-800 is, I guess on the move. It went out of our shot there, didn't it? We have 4 cameras for you tonight. This is our main camera here. Then we've got camera B or camera 2, which has similar capabilities. Well, it doesn't have as long of a lens as this one does. This is our big lens. We use that for kind of our locked down shot of the planes as they prepare to take off. And sometimes we'll swing it around for another view. That's camera B. An E-Jet is landing. That was flight 4298, American Eagle from Austin, Texas, an Embraer 175. Well, it's that time again. We've got another Trijet going out. This is the second of 2 UPS MD-11s. It is going to the UPS World Port of Louisville. $19.95. So it's a plane which recently celebrated its 30th birthday.
2666, good night.
Jeffy DH. I walked from Western Canada. It was 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit? Here last night. Really, Fahrenheit? Wow.
Runway 18 left, onboard 3541.
Okay, Mitch Cohn says, our friend Jerry likes to be called a channel. He said it because a few weeks ago the news referred to him like that after he filmed a prisoner escaping on the runway. Okay. Well, I'll try to avoid calling Jerry a plane spotter from now on. I don't want to get him mad at me.
34618 left, onboard 3541. Tower 1798 for ready.
Line plate, runway 18 left, American 1798.
Echo Alpha short of 1.
Switch to departure, good night, American 1434.
Well, now for the question that everybody is asking, will this plane take off on 18 left, or will it go over to the east side of the airfield for departure? And the answer is it's going over to the east side. At least based on its current trajectory.
Departure, good night, runway 3541.
Arnett, flare, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1798.
George Zeri checking us out from Mississauga, Ontario in Canada. Thanks for the live streaming. My pleasure. Nick C, FedEx 1058 from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth is inbound, about 5 minutes. That's one of our favorite flights. Gaming Wolf Fox inquiring as to the weather here. 87 degrees Fahrenheit, 31 degrees Celsius.
Departure 1798, good night.
Winds pretty much out of the south, 12 knots, 14 miles an hour. It does seem a little gusty, although there's no mention of that in the METAR. Let me see if I can spot that FedEx flight from the other airport. Oh, it's coming in now. Hang on a second. Let's see if we can see it. We have before. I think we can. Oh, I gotta punch this camera up. So this is the FedEx plane that left Fort Worth Airport about 8 or 9 minutes ago. Fort Worth Alliance Airport. It's coming in on 13 right, which is essentially out of our sight. We may get another glimpse of it here very low in the sky.
Onboard 18 left, onboard 3510.
But this plane left Fort Worth Alliance Airport 9 minutes ago. There it is. And I think that's all we're going to see of it. We're looking to the west here. But yeah, that's about all we're going to catch of that one.
P Park, clip take up 18 left, onboard 3510.
But yeah, like a 9-minute flight.
18 left, halfway, good.
And it literally takes longer for that plane to taxi over from runway 13 right, which is as far away from the FedEx facility. When it lands, it's at the south. Let's see, where do we have our map here? Now let's check our map here. Okay, we're in South Flow tonight. The plane landed on 13 right. You see that there on the, all the way on the left side of your screen, 13R. That's where the plane landed. So when it ends up, it's at the kind of the southwest corner of the airport. It's got to go all the way to where you see 17 Center on the map in the upper right-hand corner in the northeast corner of the airport. And it's got to cross a lot of runways to get there, so it's probably going to be, 15 or maybe even 20 minutes before it gets back to where it wants to be. So literally, it takes longer to taxi after landing than it did to fly here from Alliance Airport. Jacob Martell says that's got to be the shortest flight a FedEx plane makes. Didn't even get up to 3,000 feet. Yeah, we had some discussion about that here. I think some other viewers were saying there are some shorter cargo flights in the country. I think one of them is in Florida. Anna the dispatcher is home. That's great news, Anna. I hope you get a chance to kick up your feet and relax for a bit. So let's get back to plane watching. Here comes an E-jet. Will it come into focus? There it is. That one coming to us from El Paso, Texas, in the far west part of this big state. American Eagle 3560. American Flight 1803, an Airbus A319 from McAllen, Texas, is just about here. We haven't really done an official open here. I know, it's a little late. Well, just in case you need to know what you're watching, it's Runway DFW After Dark. Where we emanate is Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We are here standing at Founders Plaza, the official plane spotting spot for plane spotters here at the airport, provided by the airport, so thank you DFW Airport for that. We'll be here with you probably for another 2 hours or so. So stand by for plane action on Runway DFW After Dark.
RNAV Laren, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2063.
Montoya, 18 left, American 2567.
Echo Alpha hold short 18 left, American 1803.
We were just watching American Flight 1797 going off to Las Vegas. And Airbus A321. That MD-11 is over on the east side now. It's got a few planes ahead of it.
Takeoff, 18 left, Mike 25, 67.
Line up and wait to 18 left, or you say 01.
Nixie wants to know if the lovely ladies at the picnic table have offered me a margarita yet. No, but I wouldn't partake anyway. I'm not a drinker. Joseph Clearwater was in Indy this morning. Indianapolis, drove by the international airports, saw all the FedEx planes getting loaded up. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's a big FedEx base there. And hello to you. It's me here at our Runway DFW podium, where we have all of our gear. This looks like Volaris. Volaris with the pixelated tail is going to Mexico City. It's an Airbus A321 flight 801. There's that FedEx plane waiting to get over to the northeast side of the airport.
Line up and wait, 18 left, American 1455.
FedEx plane, we should tell you, is a 757. 200 freighter. It's a classic. And it's an old one.
1988.
That plane having celebrated its 37th birthday in April.
American 1455, RNF Blair, clear takeoff, 18 left. RNF Blair, clear takeoff, runway 18 left, American 1455.
Sandy's Fireworks with a hello. We are having a good day here. Martin Exotics channel member says Tuesday is a big FedEx night at Indianapolis. We're about to be as large, if not bigger, than the Memphis hub. Yeah, it's a pretty vast facility, as I saw last year. When I visited Indianapolis for, I think we were there for 3 days. The MD-11's still waiting its turn over on the east side of the airport. Keeping an eye on that one. We'll follow along with this American Airlines. It's flight 3232 from Phoenix, an Airbus A321.
American 1455, we'll see you.
Leonard Watkins, it seems to me you may be channeling a son of Indiana, Dave Letterman, as he was known when I was there. My connection to David Letterman is that when I worked at WTHR, WLWI, well, it was WLWI when Dave worked at Channel 13 in Indianapolis. When I got there, I would record tracks, that is the voiceovers for stories that would be broadcast in the same booth using the same microphone that David Letterman did, because he was he wore a number of hats at that station. He was the booth announcer, he was at Channel 13. He did the weekend weather forecast. He wasn't a meteorologist, but he did the weekend weather forecast. David Letterman was, and he also hosted a late night movie for which he did little skits and sketches between the reels, and he also hosted a 4-H public affairs show called Clover Power. And he didn't do it. He did it in the Dave Letterman way. His philosophy was, well, if they're going to make me do this public affairs show, I'm gonna make it funny, and he did. Patrick Lloyd, channel member, says, I worked at FedEx more than 13 years before leaving in February. Condolences to the family of FedEx founder Fred Smith, who passed away last week. Martin Exotic says, you worked at WTHR? LOL, too cool. It was so long ago that they don't even broadcast from that building. When I was there last year, the building still existed, but they have a new building since I've been there, and I've never been to that one. Joseph Clearwater says David Letterman's mom used to appear on his show at night, and his mom would be on there live in Indy. He is a race car owner, and I used to watch him before my dad passed.
Line up and away, American 577.
And of course, Dave has a giant beard now. I don't know. I don't know what prompted that, but some more UPS action is happening. Flight 761 to Ontario, California, 767. 16-year-old plane. And it should be going out on this side of the airfield. The UPS MD-11 still cooling its jets over on the east side, waiting in line with other aircraft. We've got a special livery here. It's the U.S. Airways American Airlines livery. Looking very snazzy. It's going to Denver. It's an Airbus A321. Meanwhile, Aerologic comes to visit. Another cargo carrier, which a Texas girl told us about earlier.
Left line, but away to American 29.
Crossline right, hold short when you left, get 769.
Follow along with the U.S. Airways plane as best we can. It's an American Airlines jet, but it's painted in the retro U.S. Airways livery.
Charlie to the ramp, this is the Hotel What's ready tonight?
I always thought that livery looked very business-like. Now, let me check on the status of the MD-11. I think MD-11 is going to be next to go out on the east side on runway 17 right. Once again, it's going to Louisville. It is a 30-year-old MD-11. So we're going to point camera 1 over to the horizon on the east side. See if we can get a look at the MD-11. Our second of the night. Well, it's rolling.
Hello, Tower American 3293, checking in, parking west. 18 right, cleared line, American 3293.
Alright, B Park 18, left surface takeoff, left 550.
I didn't really do a good job of identifying that Aerologic cargo plane we saw. We'll do that in a second.
Good night, American 2993.
But a Trijet's rule here. There's a hierarchy. I guess it would go 747 and then Trijet and then everything else. Well, I'd also make an exception for the Lufthansa A340-300, but we don't see that at night. So let's see where that Aerologic went. Well, I think we can kind of see the tail here. I don't know if we'll see much more of it. It was flight 464, Aerologic, coming in from Toronto. 777 freighter, 14-year-old plane. And yeah, that's the tip of the vertical stabilizer that we're seeing. I think it's making a turn now. Miguel Ramos is saying hello from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Happy to have you with us tonight from the island. Joseph wants to know, is DFW Airport bigger than Indy Airport, or are they the same size? No, DFW is much bigger in both traffic and also in terms of the size of the airport. I think only the Denver airport in the U.S. is bigger in square footage than DFW is. DFW is larger than Manhattan altogether. It's very spread out, which is kind of why we have, you know, we really like the our site here at Founders Plaza. It's very, very nice. But we're not as close to the action as some airports where you can get a little closer, like LAX. But that's because it's hemmed in more. There's a lot of here at DFW. The airport itself owns a lot of the land surrounding the runways. And so that's all behind this, you know, we got to be behind the security fence at the perimeter. So we need very long lenses to bring you anything close to a shot like this at night. And we, of course, always thank our channel sponsor, James Webb, for supplying us with the gear we need to bring you such incredible shots. I see reverse ops in the house here. We were talking about you earlier. He knows the Runway DFW equation. 4 is greater than 2 and 3 is greater than 4. Patrick, I hope you're feeling better. Look forward to your return, but don't rush things. We'll be here when you're all healed up. It's always good to see you. Another UPS plane being pushed back there, flight 773. It's a 767, and it will be going to the UPS World Port in Louisville. This is just a 3-year-old 767. Let's do our peering into the cockpit portion of the show. And Patrick says mahalo for the kind words. Well, we're thinking about you, Patrick.
Ultra 18 left, American 3286.
You know, Mally heads. Take your time, but don't milk it. That's O'Malley for you. Our channel member Storm Chaser Mark says good evening to all of us.
18 left, line up and wait. I'm waiting to the foot.
So they're making their final checks for the flight to Louisville, a journey with which I am sure they are very familiar. Now again, we do not wave to the pilots here. If they wave to us, that's on them. But we let them go about their business here at Runway DFW. Mitch Cohn loves zooming into the cockpit where all the magic is happening. Sorry it's a little shaky, but it is a windy night. I've got our our main tripod sandbagged on all three legs, but it's still a little bit of vibration. MR Rice, that's really good viewing the flight deck on the UPS plane. Well, I credit that to this rather incredible lens that we've got on here. That is a 600 millimeter lens, which is, we've digitally zoomed in about, I don't know, 1 or 2 times here. So it's a little bit grainy, but and also kind of dark because there's no light falling on the plane from this angle. You know, if somebody had their headlights on over here at Founders Plaza, we could see a little bit more of the fuselage. But and again, as I look at it, I can't even see lights in the cockpit with my human eyes, and I cannot read anything on the side of the plane. It's just it's a big hulk. Robert, one of our moderators, says hello. Been there a long time. Hello, Robert. Thanks for joining us. Temporary window says we need 600 millimeters f4. Yeah, this is not f4. And again, I cannot read those words on the plane. That's all down to the camera. So this, with this destination of Louisville, chances are pretty good that it's going to be going over to the east side. We're going to find out here in a second or two. Scott Randon with a good evening. Hello, Scott. O'Malley says Flight Radar 24 is down for him. Oh, I haven't looked at it in a few minutes. So yes, this plane is on a trajectory to go over to the east side for takeoff. Well, O'Malley, I'm still seeing Flight Radar 24. So check your internet connection. Joe DiGregorio, South Louisiana extreme weather, says greetings from Baton Rouge. A very long YouTube username. Ed Gardner says, just a fun fact, since y'all been talking about construction at DFW, DFW is the second busiest and second largest airport in the country. Second busiest after Atlanta. There is some fluctuation in that statistic, I think. And Denver is the largest in square miles as far as U.S. airports go.
Put across runway at Yankee, clear across runway 18 right, 18 left, UPS 773 again.
And there you can see the sensor on our Sony camera gives us a really clear shot of the the cloud cover tonight. Temporary window question, is it super busy at the viewing area? Lots of chatter. Can we see if you have that camera set up? Well, here we go. We've got a soiree going on at the picnic table next to us. So some of that conversation may bleed over into our wild microphone here. Usually not that many people surrounding us at this time of night. Wait a minute. Is that the liquidator? I forgot, I need some liquidator music. Can't tell. Liquidator, a truck we've seen in the last few nighttime visits, which is used to scrub runways, to scrub the buildup of rubber from planes that are landing on the runways. It's like a super pressure washer.
Right heading 190, maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, ticket 5, Yankee Romeo ahead.
Hold short of 18 left or with
Well, looky there. I do believe we have ourselves Turkish flight 192 taking off from the side of the airport for a change. It's going to Istanbul. It's a Dreamliner -9. It's a little bit of a treat for us tonight.
That was across one.
Frontier Flight 1429 to San Diego, an Airbus A320neo with Wiley the Bison on its tail. We'll get a good look at Wiley. Okay, that was not the, it was a false alarm on the super power wash. That was a fuel truck. Thank you, Brad.
Left line up, boy, down, boy, pretty much. Enough Laren 18 left, clear takeoff on point 4116. 18 left, let him wait for 1242.
appear to be some vehicles out on the adjacent to the runway there. Couldn't tell if they were. They seem to be in a line.
RTC envoy for 116.
Are they mowing? Oh, yeah, they are. I guess I wouldn't have thought they'd be mowing while planes were operating on an adjacent runway for fear that, you know, some dust or debris would be kicked up to be ingested into engines, but I guess they've got that figured out.
On that flare, clear takeoff on the left, 12-2. All turn 1 left, it out, so max 614.
Martin Exotic says mowing because it's cooler. Haha. Well, it is cooler, but I would think they'd do it when there's less traffic. As you can see, there is at least some dust being kicked up. And I know when I mow, there's, in addition to dust, there's rocks and debris that gets blown up or blown out. But I guess they're trying to do it all in a hurry because they can go in parallel to each other, or I guess they can run side by side, I should say, and make the job go faster. Monday. Welcome to Tuesday. Just discovered this channel and I love it. Well, thank you for subscribing, Monday. We appreciate it. So no liquidator for you tonight. Not yet, anyway. Well, we've got a little bit of well, they have kind of cut back on the planes that are landing and taking off here. So what better time than to salute our great members of the Runway DFW channel. We need some music for that, I think. Where's our music? There we go. Okay, thanks to our Runway DFW channel sponsor, James Webb, who is very instrumental in making this channel what it is. Thank you so much, James. And now we're going to watch this list of names, which has not been updated, I regret to say, since Saturday, because I had too much to do the last couple of days. So it's a little out of date, but thank you to our QuadJet members. This is as of 2 o'clock on Saturday. I'll update it before our Thursday broadcast. There we go, 757 Chip, Airplanes FRA, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker, and Honeydew. Beve, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cubs win. Drone Oki, Dwayne C, SO Rents, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah the Real Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our QuadJet channel members as of Saturday. And now we will see the names scrolling at the bottom of the screen as we continue our broadcast of our Trijet and Twinjet members as of Saturday. If you're a new member since then, I apologize. We'll have your name on our next member salute. But we have a new member to salute right now. Noti Jairo Castagnon. Welcome to Trijet. Back to the planes. American Flight 972 is going to Austin, Texas. It's a 737-800.
Runway 18 left, line up and wait American 303.
A big gust envelops us at this moment. Let's see. So just after 10 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. And a reminder that you're watching Runway DFW After Dark with me, Walt, here at DFW International Airport. 3, 2, 1, and then that goes out, and then here I am, and I'm saying hello to you from our transmission podium. We say hello to Tracy Landers from NZ, New Zealand. Hello to you. Eleanor Rebar says hello from Hearst. Hello, Eleanor. Ronald Smith enjoys the 70s, 80s pop music with the occasional roar of jet engines in the background.
18 left, Arnett, B Park, American 303.
And Dav says, hi there from Fort Worth. I work in Terminal D. Love seeing all the international flights during the day. So awesome. Yes, we can see Terminal D from here. As we look at the planes taking off, they go right by Terminal D. This is flight 303, an Airbus A321. It's going to Spokane, Washington.
Tower American 2361 is outside Library 4, 1 right. To land, 1 right, American 23.
Departure American 303.
Next, we park runway 18 left, clear takeoff on Boeing 3367.
I see on the radar now Iberia Flight 364 to Madrid. It's an Airbus A330. That's another plane we don't see take off too very often from the west side. But perhaps the Turkish Dreamliner will serve as a template for us tonight. Let's give our UPS cargo handlers a little love tonight as they... I can't tell if they're loading or unloading here. I do believe they're pushing those containers into that plane. Curtis Marduz, a channel member, says, did I happen to see that Kevin from Airline Videos Live came out with a license plate cover? I want a Runway DFW one now. Well, Kevin is he's pretty savvy with the merchandising, I have to give him that. So I guess I'll look into that. Dav says, geez, that Cathay Pacific flight flies out really late. I didn't know that. Yes. And we're going to try to be here for that tonight. And here's our newest member, Tahiro. Says, good evening. I'm from North Richland Hills, Texas, but now I am in Denver, Colorado. I'll go home next week. Well, we're glad you could stay up late with us. It's a little earlier where you are in the Mountain Time Zone, so that's good, I guess. Thank you for being a member. MRI says coffee break time at UPS. Well, I don't know. These guys are at it. Sparrow says hello from the UK, or from Hong Kong. I'm sorry, from Hong Kong. Well, Sparrow, we will see that Cathay Pacific flight go out to Hong Kong. Supposed to be in about 90 minutes, maybe a little less, hopefully. Just Q Entertainment, greeting us from Florida, originally from Texas. So there you go, a little bit of cargo activity over at the UPS facility adjacent to us. Another UPS plane is getting queued up to take off. Flight 755 to Chicago Rockford International Airport, an Airbus A300. The first of that type of plane we are seeing tonight.
Okay, fully ask
And it will be one of these because those are the only UPS planes left over there. And it looks to be the third one. This A300, 23 years old, dating back to November of 2021.
Double 8, 1 left American, 1480.
That's 1 left, Whiskey Lima, ground 25 American.
I don't know, is that the dust from the mowing that I see in this shot? Seems kind of dusty, doesn't it? If you're just joining us, we saw a few minutes ago a parade of mowers. Actually, they're close to us now, doing some late night grooming here at the airport. Oh, no, thank you, but I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I've got a drink over here, and I can't drink Coke anymore, so thank you. That's very nice. One of those young pilot boys handing me an ice cold can of Coke, which I had to respectfully decline. So we got a little more tractor action for you here. Yes, that would account for a little dust in the air.
Clear for takeoff 18 left, American 1483.
The airfield getting a haircut tonight. Guitar Player 48 says hello. You're the last streamer on for the moment. As another guy I was watching ending for the day, and another's going live from Frankfurt in a few hours. Well, you know, it certainly will not be long before you can watch a live airport stream at any hour of the day. Well, you can right now, of course, because our friend Kevin at Los Angeles on Airline Videos Live has two 24-hour live streams automated. Talk to the Stack is our newest subscriber. Thank you for that. Captain Morgan 757 is, am I hearing bleed over from a radio station or something? I could swear I hear female voices speaking Espanol. Yeah, there's an assortment of I think they're all ladies over there at the picnic table right next to us. Rich Carlisle from Indiana says hello, Walt, and everyone. Hello to you, Rich. Good night, Walt, says Flyer KG, channel member, another channel member. We'll see you soon, Flyer KG. Thanks for hanging on. Guitar Player 48, I've met Kevin from AVL. He's pretty cool. He is indeed. He helped inspire me, as I have said many times, to start this channel. He's a former TV news person, and I'm still a current TV news person. Brandon wants to know what's my drink of choice. Well, I've kind of voluntarily cut. Coca-Cola is my drink of choice, but I've kind of given up on it for a bit. Right now I'm having a Chick-fil-A unsweetened iced tea. So once again, this is an Airbus A300 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport, and based upon its trajectory. It is going to be taking off from here on the west side of DFW. And we're being blinded by the light.
Have a good day, American 1062.
An E-Jet coming on in from Nashville, Tennessee. Flight American Eagle 3625 and Embraer 175. And that completes our list of channel members. Thanks again to all of our members of Runway DFW. Appreciate it. You might be hearing another aircraft. That is because there is another aircraft just next door to us. It's a 767 going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport, a 767-300 VR. This is a 6-year-old plane, and well, we'll be seeing it take off from over here on the east side. Political news says, I haven't watched since April. I was thrilled that you were live tonight. I have to ask, where are you? Where Yogi and Boo Boo are? Huh. I'm not sure if I even know what to say. Hey, Boo Boo. Well, we've got UPS flight 755. This is the A300 poised to take off, and it is now moving on its way to Chicago Rockford International Airport. With the tractor parade in the foreground. Flight 1617 arriving from San Diego, California, in Airbus A321. I tried to hit this shot before they turned on their headlight. I missed it. Hey, there's O'Malley.
Hey, boo-boo, what do you say we get ourselves one of those picnic baskets?
Yogi, I don't think Ranger Smith would like that. It's Cartoon Corner here on Runway DFW. Got an Airbus A321 about to take off to Toronto. American Flight 511.
Hey, crossway right with you, Bob, full short 18 left, UPS 793 heavy.
Down on the farm with DFW Airport. This portion of our broadcast brought to you by John Deere. Justin McCrae is our new subscriber. Thank you. DFW Moaning Live. It says Martin, or Mowing Live. Martin Exotics corrects himself. Got another A300 about to back up. It'll be going to Louisville, UPS.
Park when they left, they were taking off.
My watch has just alerted me that I'm in a loud environment. Thanks, watch. Don't worry, I have headphones on to protect my hearing.
Have to Laren, runway 18 to the left, clear for takeoff, American
737-800. No, that's an A319. Sorry about that. Off to Wichita, Kansas. American 2863 is that one.
Departure American 2863.
So here's flight 3905 going to the UPS Louisville Worldport, Airbus A300, dating back to the year 2002.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, American, 58.
18 left, line for Wayne, American 711.
Switch departure today, American 1406.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, RNAV Blair, and American 711.
Simon 007, thank you for joining Runway DFW as a Twinjet member. Appreciate it. Kazi Abdus Salam says, not trying to interrupt, but does DFW handle traffic in midnight? Sorry, I am so... Well, no, you're not being annoying. There's traffic that comes in and out of here 24 hours a day. Now, it does slow down quite a bit as we approach midnight, but there are some stragglers as far as passenger planes, and then there's also a lot of cargo planes that come in and out in the post-midnight hour. So. Now this airport is kind of isolated from other well, it's not as close to neighborhoods as some planes are, or as some airports are. There's the other A300. No, this is a 767. This is going to Louisville. Flight 793. Right behind it is an A300 going to Louisville. No, I'm sorry. Well, the plane you just saw was an A300 going to Louisville. Thank you for that endorsement, Mitch Cohn. Appreciate that. Kazi says, plane spotting, why? You know, I've tried to answer that question before. I don't know that I can. It's just gotta kind of have it in you, I guess. Not for everyone. I admit that. Mrs. Runway DFW puts up with it, but it's not really her cup of tea, but she's so kind to let me go about it. And again, it's pretty breezy tonight, so that accounts. I've battened down our tripod as much as we can, but it's still a little shaky in the wind tonight. wind seems to be picking up just a bit. So here's this other A300. It's going to Louisville. We'll be taking off from the west side. It is flight 393, flight 9305. And you can see an impression of the chain link fence on the fuselage of that plane from the headlights, some headlights that are on here at Founders Plaza. If you heard somewhat of a sneeze, I apologize. I was trying to get the mic away from my mouth. I couldn't get over to the volume control on the mic fast enough. Here's Sarah, the real deal, one of our Quadjet channel members. Hello to you, Sarah. It was over 102 degrees where I was outside of Boston today. 102, wow. It's a rare day when it's hotter in Boston than it is in DFW. Well, this is evidence that you did not melt, so that's good. Mrs. Rowe, the kinder teacher, is watching from the Sooner State of Oklahoma. Mrs. Rowe, we welcome you. And our hats are off to you as a kindergarten teacher. A noble enterprise.
Cross 1A right, hold short 1A left.
Coming on down from Baltimore Washington International Airport, American Flight 1213, 737-800. With the towers of Cedar Hill in the background. Political News says, honestly, plane spotting got me through 3 months of non-weight bearing when I shattered my ankle. Ooh, that sounds painful. Martin Exotics says Amazon Air is now doing a few flights out of Indy. I don't think I saw them when I was there last year, so that is, I guess, new. Give you a little close-up view of downtown Dallas here. The building, which is usually green there on the right, is now outlined in blue tonight. That's the Bank of America Tower, the tallest building in Dallas. Going out there, American Eagle 4997 to Flagstaff, Arizona. And it looks like the A300 will be next. We've only got one UPS flight, one UPS aircraft remaining in their stable. We had about, I don't know, 8 or 9 when I first got here tonight. I think one went out while I was setting up. Well, looks like all the mowing is over. Those tractors have disappeared into the night. But that was the first. I've been here, for 3.5 years. I've never seen mowing at night. Political News says DFW quite beautiful at night. I only wish we could give you a high level view, an aerial view of things from here. The last time we were able to do that was from our penthouse view on the east side, which I think has now been, has it been 2 years since we did that? Gotta do that again. There are no official plane spotting sites on the east side, but there's a hotel with balconies that one can acquire for rent. And that's what we did for a night and a morning from the penthouse, we called it. We got a nice 12th floor view of the east side of the airport, which we can't really see from here. Sarah Deal, celebrating 22 months of Quadjet membership, almost 2 years. Hey, I'm getting close to 2 years, she says. Cannot believe it. Time goes by fast when you are having fun. And Sarah, it's always great to see you here. Glad you're having fun. We look forward to your next visit. Maybe I'll get to visit Boston sometime. Captain Morgan 757 says, Walt, have you ever or currently are done radio as a profession? No. Well, yes, actually. When I was much younger, when I was in college, I worked at a little radio station in Eatontown, New Jersey called WHTG, which I think still exists. But at that time, their format was to just track easy listening music albums. But the bonus is that I'd get to do a newscast every half hour, live, and also read a lot of live spots. So that I did that for a couple of summers. In fact, they wanted me to come back after I got a full-time job in TV news. So I guess I was doing okay. What are we looking at here, Walt, you may ask? But anyway, I've been in TV news for 50 years now. Some of it on the air, not the bulk of it, but some of it on the air. So yes, it's the hot dog plane, the ketchup and mustard livery DHL, operated, I think, by ABX Air. I haven't got to check this out on the radar here. Is it on the radar here? Yes, it is. So it's a 767.
Cross 18 right at Yankee and line up and wait for runway
300 ER.
102 heavy.
It's going to Cincinnati. And I'm trying to pan along while I dial up its 20th century salute.
1994.
And that plane dates back to, just celebrated its 31st birthday in April. Hang on. Yes? Okay, well, have a safe trip home. It was nice meeting you. Hope I see you again. Okay, well, don't stay up too late. You always stay up too late. What? Okay.
That airplane's out of E. I see over there.
You see the what?
The yellow one.
The yellow one, yeah. That's a DHL. Who can't like that? Oh, look at this. It's going to take off to Cincinnati from the short T. Well, a little bonus for us. A little more cargo action for us, please.
Roger.
KP8383 with a $20 super chat. Thank you for the weekly streams, Walt. Really appreciate them. Well, thank you so much for your very kind and generous super chat. Happy to have you as a viewer. And there it goes to the Queen City.
American 2278 Whiskey Lima, cross 20 left, turn to ground 25.
Cross 20 left, turn 25.
There's kind of a chatterboxy over there next to us, isn't it? Hope they're not saying anything mean about us. Ken Schmidt, who is a channel member, has gifted a Runway DFW channel gift membership. And the recipient is Chef Boyardee. And who wasn't a kid and loved Chef Boyardee? Spaghetti, was it SpaghettiOs in the can? Chef Boyardee, welcome. Roger Campbell says Eatontown, New Jersey is all right. The station I worked for there, WHTG, at the time was based in like the garage area of what looked like a residential home. It was kind of weird, but you know, it was a radio station. WHTG, AM and FM. I think it was 1410 AM. I can't remember what the FM frequency was. I also worked briefly for an FM radio station in Indianapolis. I think it was the FM station of an AM country music station, but the FM station played easy listening music. It was all automated, so I was just what they call a tape jockey at the time. You just put the tapes on the machines and make sure they don't jam up. American Flight 2190 to Silao in Mexico, a 737-800 is what we are observing right here. About to take off, 737-800, did I say that? I think I did. My mouth can't keep up with my brain. Imagine the airport in Silao must be pretty empty by the time this flight gets in. Just a reminder, you're watching Runway DFW After Dark with me, Walt, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here in Texas.
ground.
Bit slow at the moment, but looks like we've got at least a couple of E-jets bracing for takeoff. American Eagle 3349 to Waco, Texas. Very short hop, and American Flight 4065 to Corpus Christi, Texas. A little longer journey, but not too far. Here comes the flight to Waco. So they should get to Waco in, what, about 25 minutes or so? And here goes the flight to Corpus Christi.
Dispatch, number 83349.
It's like having a studio audience here, but they're not paying attention to the show. I do believe next in line to take off is a Spirit Airlines Yellowbird. Be going to Las Vegas, an Airbus A320neo. Coming up after this flight gets up in the sky. Here comes a Frontier flight from Baltimore Washington International Airport. Is that O'Malley the duck on there? I'll have to check my sources here, but that could have been O'Malley. O'Malley the Mallard. Left Baltimore, Washington 2 hours and 25 minutes ago on that Airbus A320neo. All right, O'Malley.
Left at exit 4, short 18 left, Whiskey, Lima, Frontier flight 1475.
left line of way, 2120.
Now, Frontier does spell their O'Malley with an E, as opposed to our friend O'Malley. Do I see Vince Las Vegas in the chat room? Hello, Vince. Good evening from the desert, he says. Looks like a summer evening at the plaza. It is indeed. It's good to see you, Vince. Got to know Vince at the Cranky Dorkfest weekends. Nixie, 106.3 was WHTG. I don't know if it was then. I guess it could have changed. That might have been it. It doesn't sound familiar though. 106.3 WHTG, AM and FM, Eatontown, New Jersey. JR Melton's got to say goodnight. JR, thanks for joining us. Kazi wants to know if you're using a specialized tool to listen to the ATC conversations. It's just a scanner, what they call a police scanner, which is has access to the frequencies that the air traffic control broadcasts on. In this country, it's not restricted. Some countries it is restricted to at least to rebroadcast the air traffic control. I believe in England, that is one of them, where it's restricted. Storm Chaser Mark, channel member, says, have a good night and chat. Thanks for another good stream. Thank you. See you next time. We're getting a $10 super sticker from Lello. A thank you super sticker. Thank you, Lello. Appreciate that very much. American Flight 3097 to San Antonio, 737-800 is what you see there. Slowly making its way to the turning area. Make a U-turn there to head out on runway 18 left. Here on Runway DFW After Dark. Turned into a pretty nice night here. Current METAR telling us it's 86 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius, so it's cooled down about 5 degrees Fahrenheit since we got here. Wind out of the looks like the southeast at 12 knots, 14 miles an hour, gusting now 19 knots, 22 miles an hour. So not as windy as it was last time we were here at night on last Thursday, but still a bit of a breeze.
American 3097, we're ready. RNAV, Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 3097.
So in this next 30 minutes or so, we should see the departure of the Cathay Pacific A350, is that a 1000? 1000, I think, to Hong Kong. And I should see the arrival of a cargo 747. I don't know, I guess we're not going to see Qantas tonight. For those of you who've been waiting for that, I'm sorry. I think we should see Fiji, which is an A350-900. I'll have to double check my sources on that.
Departure good night, American 3097.
Okay, I do see the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 now pushing back on the radar anyway. Let's see if we can see it in real actual life. And so they're in the center of your shot, more or less the center of your shot. The teal tail is getting the push back. And Kazi wants to know, last question, how often do I live stream? Generally 3 times a week. We do not have a fixed schedule because of weather and other obligations. I do have a full-time job, so that sometimes gets in the way. I also have domestic chores to do, and I've got a grandson to visit with. So, but I get out here as often as I can, usually 3 times a week, usually 2 nights a week during the weeknights, generally Tuesday and Thursday, but not always, and generally on Saturday at some time during the day on Saturday. Hamburger Chat says, a very thoughtful place to have a full volume conversation. Well, listen, this is a public facility here at Founders Plaza. I'm here. Oh, look, our picnic table has cleared. They're kind of out of the shot there. I think they're getting ready to make a departure. But anyway, so you know, people can hang out wherever they want here. They can even stand in the way of my shot sometimes. But you know, it's a public park. I don't own it. Francis, channel member, says no Qantas. Darn it. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't see Melbourne or. Did we see? No. Didn't see Melbourne or Sydney tonight. We're looking down towards Terminal D where the Cathay Pacific flight is just pushed back. Don't forget, right after, immediately following our broadcast tonight, we will bring you Chatstravaganza. I don't like that one. Let me do the one that's animated. Chatstravaganza, there we go. Chatstravaganza is where You can chat amongst yourselves. I will switch off my microphone while I start packing up, and you can watch me pack up while we play some groovy tunes into the night. Salina Country notes that Corpus Christi is nicknamed Salina Country, and so is your username. Fiji Flight 891 is also pushing back now. It's an A350-900, so we'll at least see those guys go out. I'm not sure about... oh, look at this. FedEx. I love when we can catch some FedEx over here.
20 left, line of weight, up 659.
Taking off right at 11 o'clock Central Time. Another little bonus for us tonight. That is FedEx Flight 1806 off to Oakland, California. 767 300 freighter. And that's just 2 years old. Carlos Garcia says, good evening from stormy Albuquerque. Carlos, a channel member. 2 storms rolled through today. I guess I'll miss your stream again on Saturday, flying American from Albuquerque to DFW to Grand Rapids. Hopefully someday I can make your stream. Well, you can always watch it on replay, of course. And if you have YouTube Premium, you can actually even download episodes to your device to play back when you don't have any internet. So that's a consideration. So there's the Cathay flight, now free, unencumbered from a tug. I think operating under its own power now. About to make that long trip back to Hong Kong. Sandra Rivera says, hey Walt, long time no see. Sandra, good to see you back. Don't make it so long next time.
Our departure, take care of 3560.
Now we are supposed to have a 747 coming in tonight. Let me turn on my filters here and see if I can see where that aircraft is and if we will indeed wait for it. If it is indeed coming our way. Well, we've got a Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 coming in from Anchorage. It is still an hour and 25 minutes away, so that is not going to be an option for us tonight. So here is the here are the two A350s. In the background, if you can make it out, is the Fiji. In the foreground is the Cathay Pacific. Both headed up here, and those will most likely be our final airplanes of the evening. Lello has gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you, Lello. And the recipients are Farid Abed, Yin Team Stripes, Derek Russell, Matteo Roberto, and Nikki and Gary. So thank you, Lello. Tainted Tater is a channel member saying good night. Got to work tomorrow. I know what that's like. I got to work tomorrow too. We'll see you. We'll see you next time. Aiden Rickelman, good evening. Love watching your show. Appreciate those kind words. Runway 34 or 34 right says, or 34 right Chris says, hello Walt. I love the super chat chime of the Jetsons ring. Where did you get that from? Well, I made it. I made it with GarageBand on my Mac. Okay, we'll show you some more planes in action before these planes take off. Coming in from Fort Myers, Florida, American Flight 2736. It'll be a 737-800, and we'll see that in just about 30 seconds or so. Captain Morgan 757 says there's 2 crews on the Cathay Pacific. Well, that's, of course, down to the fact that it's a very long flight. Average of almost 16 hours in the sky on the 8,100 mile flight between here and Hong Kong.
18 left, bottom away, American 4734.
So here comes the flight from Fort Myers.
One 8 left, 34 takeoff on FB Park, American 4734.
And taking off into the night sky there, American Eagle 6333, a CRJ 701ER, headed to Roswell, New Mexico.
18 left, fly away, American 45.
This is 737-800 going to Oklahoma City, flight 2734.
Everyone, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 45. That's only one left for 2072.
Got a 737 twin spin for you here. Flight 485. And it's going to McAllen, Texas.
Right after B Park, clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2872. American 45.
A little bit after 11 o'clock here, well, 9 minutes after 11. So watch this Frontier flight arriving from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321neo. Couldn't quite make out the tail art on that, but we can tell you now that it was Finn, the oceanic white-tip shark, depicted on the vertical stabilizer of that Frontier plane.
Echo Alpha,
House of G, pick one, DFW to Tokyo or DFW to Seoul. Well, I guess I'd have to pick Seoul because that's where my son lives. So Seoul it is, but I'd never been to Japan. I'd really like to visit Tokyo. That's one of the places my 8-year-old grandson is keen to see is Tokyo. So we're going to have two A350s finish out our program schedule tonight. And it looks like the Cathay will be the first off the mark, followed very closely by the Fiji Airways flight to Nadi. I did see, what was it, last night or the night before, I was watching when the U.S. Air Base in Qatar was under attack. I saw that a Qatar Airways flight from DFW was in the air approaching Qatar, and it got diverted to an airport in Saudi Arabia, because the airspace was closed over Qatar. I don't know if there are any Qatar flights here today. Normally Qatar operates 2 daily flights between here and there to DFW. Francis, channel member, says Incheon is a really good airport for spotting. We found that out last September when we had our first broadcasts from Incheon. You can check out the replays here on the channel, and we'll be back there in September, in mid-September, so watch for some more Incheon action from Runway DFW at large. Just a reminder, you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. It's Runway DFW After Dark. Winapali Pavan Kumar, is this Cathay going to Hong Kong? Yes, it is. It is indeed. It's not a daily flight currently, but it will switch over to a daily flight, I think, either late this year or early next year. Of course, Hong Kong, a big Asian hub for air traffic, and a big hub here too, so it's beneficial to both Cathay Pacific and to American Airlines, which Cathay is a one world partner in that alliance, and so it works out for both airlines.
Departure 37, you know. Hard to Lawrence, 1 West, take off there, 2470.
Winapali Pavan Kumar with a $2 super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Lyric the Game Boy channel member says, I love Seoul, my number 7 favorite airport in the world at the moment. To PlaneSpot app. Well, if you can't get there yourself, we'd be pleased to have you on board with us when we're there in September. Lello with kind words, saying I'm a welcome breath of fresh air, especially appreciated after the last few days of difficult world news. Well, we try not to focus too much on the news of the day. This is kind of a getaway. I mean, I'm a news person. I mean, I do that for a living. And in fact, when we finished up Saturday night, I had to go find somewhere to park myself so that I could update the latest developments on the website of my TV station that I work for. But I try to keep that segregated from what we do here at Runway DFW. Because, yeah, a lot of people do view this as a kind of a getaway from all the news of the day. So the big A350-1000 turning onto runway 18 left for takeoff in front of the Fiji Airways A350-900. Information Zulu says, hey, well, my parents are on American Flight 790. Stay on until it departs. Well, I'll have to check and see when that's happening, because I do have to get up early in the morning. I mean, I do like to accommodate our viewers whenever possible. On the other hand, I've got an hour drive back home, and I've got to be up at 6:30-ish in the morning. So safe travels to Cathay Pacific on its way to Hong Kong. And now it's time for Fiji Airways. Going to Nadi. Not quite as long of a trip. 6,600 miles, about 12 hours, well, almost 13 hours. So, an A350 double play. As we conclude the plane spotting portion of this edition of Runway DFW After Dark. Looks like there's some more runway related activity to be done. Not sure what all those vehicles are doing out there. I see that lead vehicle looks to have some floodlights on it, I think, and then there's all these other vehicles here getting ready to do something. That Colin Guy says I was down in DFW this last weekend for the Vintage Computer Festival at UT Dallas. Was going to stop by and say howdy, but sadly ran out of time, so as always, howdy from north of the Red River. Hello there, that Colin Guy. House of G says a good way to call it a night. And yeah, I think that will, that's... that was a button that was pressed in error. My apologies for that. Well, what I did mean to press is this. Yes, that is our theme that says to you, hey, you're about to go away. Well, we're really not going to go away. We're going to have what we like to call chat extravaganza coming up right immediately following this short interlude of my thanking you for watching, my thanking our subscribers, new and old, my thanks to our channel members, and my thanks to Runway DFW channel sponsor James Webb, and a special thanks to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, which really kind of makes this, you know, this is just a YouTube channel. This is just me taking pictures of airplanes, but the mods make it happen. They're in the chat room. They welcome our viewers. They answer questions, and they make it feel like you're at home. So I hope you feel that way, and I hope you'll thank our mods as well. We'll be back with you hopefully on Thursday night. Keep your notification bells engaged, and we will put up our preview as soon as we know what our plans are. That's it for us from Runway DFW on this Tuesday, the 24th of June. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks again for watching.
All right, wonderful.
Departure you as well, American 2620.
American 1999, RNAV, Park, clear for takeoff at 18 left.
And from weight, 18 left, American 2568. Lawrence, over takeoff 20 left, American 25. American 1999, go ahead and punch your time. American 446, take care. Lawrence, clear for takeoff, 20 left, American 2071.
Left away, 20 left. Taxi Park, good for takeoff, runway 19.
Departure American at 2071 K. American 1679 on after launch, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Where the hits just keep on coming.
and 165, good way to the aircraft for Delta 420 right here.
Well, you know what that song means. That means we're just about done for the night here on Runway DFW. Hey, it's been a blast being with you for these last 4 hours and 19 minutes. We were a little askew when we first went on the air, so thank you for bearing with us. If you've been with us from the start, we should be back with you on Thursday. That's typically when we're here again. Depends on factors, so I encourage you to keep your notification bell activated here on Runway DFW, and we'll let you know exactly when we'll be on next. I would like to thank a special thanks to O'Malley for sticking around with us through Chat Stravaganza as one of our great mods. Thank you, O'Malley. We will see you next time. Thanks again to channel sponsor James Webb, to our members, to our subscribers, and to our viewers on this Tuesday night. We'll see you soon. Happy contrails to you until we meet again on Runway DFW.
For overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.